Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the stream. Hello. My audio is on, I believe. Good morning. Didn't have my windows set correctly. Got a little preview. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Are we all ready for some art today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. So yeah, today we're going to be working on a new character. It's kind of like one of the other sub-regions for the area. Last time, I suppose technically last actual art stream, I had created a loathsome locust. And then the week after that, Dave graced us with his incredible artistic capabilities. And we got to witness the rebirth of the string Gouda cheese. So that was pretty cool. Today we're going to be working on a new character. And so while we had kind of like this bug locust type character before, we're going to have something with a little more scales and fins going on. Yeah, the Gouda string. That was fun. That was fun. Enjoyed that a lot. I How many of you were kind of strung along with that? Is anyone just immediately doubting that it was real, given that it was, April the 1st? Hello, Wei. Hello, Frank. Xavier, Roma, Alex, Peter, Nan, George, Diamond Knight, Daryl, Beard, Generic Potato. Hello, hello, hello. Had you? Yes. That's great. I mean, we like put a decent amount of effort into kind of like making it convincing. So apparently, even like the other devs who were kind of like just watching knew exactly what we were doing, and they actually were kind of questioning like, wait, is Dave actually drawing right now, and then Jacob's gonna take over or something? But no, I was drawing the whole time. But yeah, so it was apparently convincing enough that even when they knew what the trick was, it was still kind of tricking them. So that worked pretty good. From Sweden, that's awesome. A lot of them actually do have a fair amount of artsy skills. Giorgio's made murals for the office before, which are my favorite. And I know Param does some art in his kind of free time. And Dave hasn't been shy about kind of like scribbling ideas with me, as well as all the other devs are kind of like, they can get the ideas down. It just won't be rendered in, Photoshop to kind of like the level of detail that I do. But yeah, everyone's got a little bit of skills enough to kind of transfer ideas, which is kind of like the main use for it, really. But yeah. Dave was tapping too much on the desk. That's how I knew it was not him. Clever, very, very observant. I don't know if anyone picked up on what the stylus he had was, but he actually had like a dry erase marker that he just wrapped with electrical tape. So it was pretty good. Still has it on there too. It's a little kind of memoir to the joke. It was fun. Yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Well, I think we can just jump into the art. I don't know how long I'll go today. Probably maybe even to like 3:30ish. Um, pretty good for arting today, I think. And the piece that I'm working on, I had kind of like workshopped it earlier in the week, and kind of like got feedback from the team. Just because like some of these characters are a little more kind of like unique, and we want to make sure that they all kind of like sit well together as a group, and we're kind of like conveying the ideas that we want. I didn't want to kind of like start from a sketch on stream, um, especially since some of these characters are a little more detailed than the kind of like other characters I might produce. But I'm going to jump over to my page where I'm doing the art. So as you can see, I have a very fishy character here. The concept that I'm going for is a pompous perch. So she's kind of very tup tup, kind of has no time for you and just above you kind of idea. Still kind of like having this whole kind of like uh, more traditional garb, the Victorian kind of stylings for this character. Um, and yeah, obviously like very fish versus mouse, which kind of resonates with the very bug versus mouse for the previous character you got to see. And so basically, the art team kind of decided we wanted to like push these characters quite a bit further, and so that's kind of the direction we're all kind of matching. But it should make for a very interesting kind of cast of characters. Um, Finally merging fish hunt and mouse hunt. No. Let's see. There we go. How about a teacup? I love the idea. It is already done in a different image, and brilliantly so. You'll see when you see it. It's very fun. But yeah, very snobbish fish character here. Yeah, a lot of alliterations in this area. I don't know if anything's getting away with not having that kind of naming structure. Um, what ideas didn't make the Sunken City Queen that we can reuse? A derpier shark? I like it. So this group is actually going to be specifically uh, freshwater, whereas the Sunken City is much more kind of deep ocean. Um, these characters are going to be very kind of, um, you know, a different kind of fauna. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but yeah, like just kind of like pond dwellers, I suppose. Although I suppose perch might be more like rivers. But yeah, working with kind of like the concepts and just trying to make stuff that loosely fit. Um, Concepts are kind of very flexible in our universe, as you can see. A fish in a lovely garment that is supposedly a mouse, you know, which it is, of course. It's got mouse ears and teeth, so that is mouse. That's how it works. But yeah, as you are aware, a lot of the characters kind of push the kind of like concepts as far as they can at a time. So uh, I hope you enjoy this character though. She was a lot of fun to kind of like design. And yeah, I think like I might still tweak some stuff on it before kind of like rendering it fully. But I might be able to get through all that today. I'm hoping. So I was thinking kind of like right now it looks like she's kind of like checking her nails kind of thing. But I was wondering like perhaps even having kind of like those spectacles um, that are kind of like on the stick. They would kind of like lift up and kind of, I guess, be more like this. Just have kind of like the spectacles that way. I kind of feel like that would suit her very well if we wanted to do that. Yeah. Needs high heels. I mean, maybe she has them. It's a big dress, though. Also, I wanted to kind of like give it a feeling of it being a little more underwater, too. So I'll give it like little bubbles and stuff. But I'm wondering if like the dress could feel more flowy, but that might be complicated to try and kind of convey. Um, the lore behind this character, I can't get into that so much, but the group is all kind of freshwater dwellers, is kind of like what I can express about them, I think. Yeah, opera glasses, exactly. Yeah, I think we could try that out, see if it works. Yeah, yeah, I think I need to make the buck teeth more kind of clarified so that it's more obvious. Um, just kind of give like a little button nose, I think, as well. Um, might help kind of like bring some of that mouse to it. Powdered wig. Powdered wig could be great. Oh, like a seagrass powdered wig. That's an interesting idea. I like that idea. I was thinking kind of like, you know, those beehive kind of like wigs. I was thinking something like that originally, um, and I didn't end up exploring that because I wanted to kind of like make sure that the fins kind of came through, and the kind of like striped markings because that's kind of more trout like. But I do think that maybe that is an even better idea, just to like try for something like that, like a powdered wig for sure. Let's see. Beehive. Oh man, some wild. Yeah, I like that idea of it being made out of like uh just yeah, like seaweed kind of idea. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, the wig could part in ways where it could show the scales and fins. That's true. Like I think why not try it out, right? See if it looks good. Because one of the things I like to be able to do during the art stream is give you guys the input to kind of like shape this so that um, had I done this offline and it would have kind of just continued on this exact path, but being able to kind of like have the live audience to give feedback means that it can, you know, your suggestions can ripple into the final product. Um, by the way, if you haven't read the video description, I spent way too much time on it, so do enjoy. Um, you're welcome, and I'm sorry. But yeah, I normally just kind of like write like Jacob make art as the description of the video, so I just kind of figured you might not have noticed. All right, so yeah, I'm thinking big, big is good. So I might actually scale her down to actually make room for the potential scale of this. So let's see. I'm gonna jump to the sketch layer here, and well, maybe I don't need to increase the opacity. I'll do it as a new layer actually, just because that way I can scrap it if I don't like it. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Opera binoculars, exactly. Yeah, that's my normal description is just Jacob draw, make art, do the arts. And they like have like big curls kind of coming down from them, right? Um, Only, oh, I almost wonder if they should just be like drifting off. You know, like I think that's kind of like the underwaterness that I don't quite have, is just like stuff just kind of like floating away, right? So if there are kind of like just the loose strands that are just kind of drifting, right? Maybe I'll just kind of block this out. Or actually, I could do it more opaque to kind of like really just cover up a bit to make this easier to see what's going on. I think I'll do that. Yeah, I think I'll actually see about giving it that seaweed kind of quality to it. Fancy hat with weed feathers could be good too. Ooh, that is not a bad idea. I almost want to like just have even more characters for this kind of like area, just so that I can use every idea, because there's plenty of wonderful ones to try out. Some which already do exist. Lots of like very fun ideas that we've kind of already potentially discovered upon. But yeah, so like a kind of, you know, bee's hive. Now, I do lose the fin on the head completely with this design, at least. What I'm thinking is maybe it's got more of a like a pomp to the front of it, right? Like a nice wave going on here. And then maybe it kind of like is a little lighter in the back or something like that, to kind of like give a bit more room there. And it's just this like ridiculously big, like expanding as it gets taller or something like that. So something like that could work. We'll see if that reads well enough as well. I could, okay, what I could also do is pull back on the kind of trim for the dress and just kind of like bring that in, and then have the fins kind of extend further down the back. And that would mean that I could kind of like seat the wig kind of, you know, more on the top of the head, which I feel kind of makes more sense. Be seated on the head just a bit more sturdily. So what I could do to attempt that is, here is the kind of layer here. If I just create a clipping mask, I can just erase it back. Right, maybe it's more like this. And then I'll even jump to the head here and just kind of do that. Yeah, so that's maybe all right. I'm not completely sold that this is exactly how I want it to work, but I'm happy to explore this stuff. And then the pearls, I think I'll kind of drape those back. I'm just duplicating this layer so that I can kind of revert to what I had in case I feel like I want to of go back, right? All right, and then yeah, I'll just redo the pearls here. And then have the collar at least kind of come back a bit further here. All right, so let's see. Would be sad to cover the dorsal fin. Yeah, a little fish pet. Oh, that's pretty funny, actually. Could have like a little like leash around the elbow here or something like that with like a tiny yappy minnow or something. That's fun. Let's see. Just like a bunch of them just kind of drifting around her or something like that could be fun. Kind of like that. Yeah. Vaguely fishy. Yeah, the dress. Yeah, I think when I do the rendering, I might be able to kind of give it a more kind of underwater feel, hopefully. I definitely want it to maybe kind of like lift a bit more. It's actually like just a flat render right now. The kind of like all the shading and stuff is just from the sketch layer. Let's see. All right. The wig could be thin, yeah. Bring back those charged eggs, please. Yeah, I don't, I think that one of the things we're wanting to do is address kind of like how the spring egg hunt works as an event. And with kind of like what we're focusing on right now, we didn't really kind of get a massive opportunity to kind of like reassess things like the charged eggs, and kind of like looked at ways to have kind of like uh, deeper challenge eggs without kind of overloading all the people who have so many to catch up on. Because one of the difficulties is, you know, like we want to add interesting challenges to the eggs. We want to add enough that it's exciting when it comes around. But we also don't want it to be impossible to kind of like get at least a leg up. Like I don't expect someone to be able to kind of like get everything that they've missed, but at least kind of like not falling behind each year. And that's kind of like the base goal each year for the egg hunt. So you know, I understand the kind of like feeling like there's little kind of like not enough new eggs. And I get that for people who have kind of like a massive, you know, kind of like roster of all of them. That's fair to people who kind of like have managed to keep on top of it. But yeah, at the same time, we want to make sure that there is kind of like enough room, and as well, kind of like the ones that we added this year. If you don't have the fuel prepared in advance, they're a lot harder, right? Whereas if you had stocks of kind of like the Sky Palace fuel to get there, they're more manageable. But at the same time, like there's tons of great eggs to just hunt for their value and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know exactly kind of like how to kind of like do the charged thing, but that's maybe something we'll talk about post-mortem of the event, and just kind of like feel free to kind of like, you know, raise that again, and we'll try and kind of make note to look into that for sure. But yeah, the poof takes away from the scales. Yeah, I do think that there is kind of like a little bit of kind of pushback from this design overtaking. Like, I like what this can be, but I wonder if it's not serving the character at this moment. You know, maybe it does need to just be a bit smaller. Maybe not even having kind of like I do like a good pump, but yeah, maybe that's a bit much there too. Maybe it just has like a very curled fringe. Oh, the wig floating off. Oh, that's very clever. I like that. Very good, Sean. All right. Uh, jewelry and the fan needs some lace. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that could be kind of like just drifting off a bit, like if she had kind of like, you know, like a bracelet that's just kind of hovering, or something like that, or like an earring that's just kind of like, you know, stuff like that. But I love the idea of the wig. Actually, it's like just kind of. I wonder how I can kind of like really make that work well, where it's just kind of like obviously. Oops, I just deleted that. um, hmm. I almost want it to be like an octopus now, you know, like I don't know if that would work. Like kind of funny idea of just kind of like. Right? Like, the one challenge about that is it actually kind of plays against another kind of like element of the area. So as good as this idea is, I'm thinking I can't do it for very specific reasons, but I'm definitely going to keep this idea in mind. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, most specific eggs that don't have a guaranteed drop is a pain right now. Being able to try to get all the eggs in a single year is a fun challenge, but those are just frustrating. I agree. You know, like the ones that have not guaranteed drop rates should be kind of like mice that you can encounter more easily. But yeah, if it's like it takes a lot of effort to actually encounter that character, and like resources, time, whatnot, to actually like catch that mouse, and then it's not a guaranteed drop. Yeah, that can certainly be frustrating. So, you know, I think maybe we'll want to kind of like look through, make sure that, you know, if there are kind of like not guaranteed drop rates for very specific, this mouse drops this egg, that might be something we want to kind of reassess next year. The wig could get pulled along by a single hair. Yeah, that might be the way to show that. just kind of clinging on, almost like it was an octopus, like the whole kind of. Again, we don't need to like make this specific element work. There's so many kind of like different kind of like concepts and stuff going right now. I mean, maybe it's just not like, it doesn't look like a wig enough for me to kind of like feel like it's a good fit. Like that could be the issue, is that like it just doesn't read very well yet. So we can try it. Let's see. Let's find like a good and obvious design. All right. Oh yeah, save the idea for an event costume. Maybe. We haven't really done much event costumes, mainly because I think when we were doing them, we weren't kind of like really super focused on kind of like creating these mini games and little kind of like specific events. It was just kind of like, ah, 'tis the season for, you know, holiday cheer, and so we'd kind of like dress up a couple of characters, and then, you know, like we'd have like, oh yeah, like present mice are abundant during these days, or the elf mice or whatever. And some of the kind of events would be, you know, like located was it like the town in Anya that we like ran some specific stuff? And so basically, I think one of the things was like, okay, when we do dress up characters, we're gonna make it kind of like ones that should be encountered during the event, I guess. And that was a long time ago, many years ago. And so, if it were possible to like create a costume for like every single mouse, that would be amazing and wild and so much effort that would be insane. But you know, because that's just an incredible effort. When we do costume a mouse, it's kind of like, okay, well, where would be a really effective place to do that? I think the last one that we did was on stream. It was for Halloween, the Terrified Adventurer mouse, I believe. It was probably the last like costumed character. And that was kind of, you know, thanks to all you that kind of like basically was like, we want this, make it happen. And so that was cool. But yeah, oh, if I show the underside of the wig, that should actually help. So like, if this is kind of like, we're almost seeing kind of like the inside of it there, and then here we have kind of like these curls or whatever drifting off. So that kind of works actually. This can kind of go behind the head here. Get like bigger fringe going there. But yeah, so that's like a fun way to kind of like have variations on characters. Now, what event would be appropriate for having this wicked do? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it'd be hard to justify kind of like this character getting a costume, you know. There are many others that are kind of a little more, or well, I suppose we don't know exactly how kind of like much players are going to be encountering this specific character and how relevant they are. But like the Terrified Adventurer is kind of like the mouse you look for when you're kind of like in the rift there, right? And like another mouse that I would almost be tempted to costume up would be like the kite flyer, because it is just like it's one that you wouldn't go after, but it stands out as like a special character, you know, that like Terrified Adventure you can run into throughout a run in there. The kite flyer, it just like when it shows up, it's like but it can show up kind of like throughout. You almost need those kind of like specialty characters that stand out for one reason or another. I would probably want to put it on the characters that it's like, it's good to try and encounter that, so I'm not like, you know, getting people to like purposefully run into the kite flyers when they might otherwise want to avoid. But yeah, it's just it's interesting. So we could do like all kinds of fun stuff with the hairdo if we wanted. Kind of like having like little seashells or kind of like stuff kind of stuck in it and kind of drifting off. I was just thinking, like, if we made this more kind of like seaweed, is it just going to blend in with the character too much, you know? So I'm torn. I think it's fun, but I don't know. Yeah, sadly, there are no freshwater octopus. Wig, what about a bun style where it's more to the front? You can see the fins sticking at the back. Yeah, it could be shorter. That's true. I didn't even think of that. So if it's kind of, get that color. Could be more like, yeah, and then see that kind of like is a little easier to, and I could just extend that fin to kind of like really show up better. Yeah, that could be the way to do it, actually. Because yeah, I was almost worried it was a little too distracting before. I want to get that curl. So that's maybe pretty good, actually. And then I could have just kind of, the fin up there. I think that isn't bad, actually. Or even I just don't even have the fin go that far. Makes her head turn even more dramatic. Let's see. So without it, with it, and then we can try and see if we can make it a little more seaweed, which might be great. A crustacean mouse pet. I do like the idea of having a pet. Yeah, that's fun. Could be. Let's see, not that one. This one has the jewelry. Just get rid of all that. Okay. Could be like Maybe a little leash or something like that. I don't know quite what we want for that, but you know, just something fun. It's the derpier shark. A pet shrimp or anchovy is even better. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, this could also be like a tiara that's just floating off. That's actually a really good idea too. Okay, okay, I like that potential as well. Let me try that out. So many good ideas. All right, let's see. It's like, oh, what if it's like made of fish hooks? I just like had all these little kind of curved metal, kind of, you know, an elegantly kind of bent metal thing, and I'm like, wait, that kind of looks like a fish hook. That would be interesting if it was. So many good ideas. Guess don't have a choice but to make more mice for the area. I think that's a really good point. Really good point you had there. Guess we just gotta make like just a ton more characters with all these ideas. For sure. Yeah, I'm thinking the Tiara might be the way to go. I love the like big wig idea, but I do really like want it to be just that like octopus concept. So I'm gonna hang on to that idea for a different kind of like set of characters that I think it could maybe work for. We'll see. We'll see. Not totally sure, but it could be fun. So something like that's not bad, actually. Have like a bunch of little a bunch of little tiny hooks here. Careful about taking on and off the Tiara. I don't know about the ones at the top, but all right. Yeah, so the Tiara just kind of like floating off. Suppose I could that would be quite a ways off. Just kind of, and it like somehow it just kind of hovers as she like stomps around. Yeah, don't think I like those little ones at the top, to be honest. Maybe this can be a bit shorter too. I like the kind of potential pattern of the hooks kind of like linking together like that. Yeah, probably don't want to waste too much more time on this one. I think it's a good kind of like potential here though, so hang on to that. I'm gonna shift it over maybe to here. So it's just kind of like gently kind of like sitting on the top of her head right here where it touches it. Otherwise it's just kind of like floating above. Something like that. I think that works. I think I will extend her kind of the fin here. Just like every chance I get, I'm kind of like, I want that to go a bit taller. So grab that color. Because I was kind of purposefully avoiding making the tiara kind of overlap in certain ways when I'm like, wait, I could just adjust this fin so that it will work how I want it. I can place it a little more easily. I think I'll also just kind of fill in that area there too. I'll like have this kind of like push forward even more. I kind of like that idea of that like the front kind of pomp for the wig, and like what if I can just kind of like give a little bit more of that effect with the fin here. Yeah, that feels even more snooty somehow. Wonderful. All right. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have it floating even higher. it a bit. Yeah, just like that. And then I'll get rid of the shadow because that no longer works for it. But yeah, there we go. I like that. And then you can kind of see it going behind here, but it disappears. Cool. I think that is actually pretty good. And when I render it to the material, it should kind of fit a lot nicer too. Cool. Okay. I like that. Good. All right. So not doing the wig. I think we'll go with the tiara. It helps with that kind of floating quality to it. Starfish earring. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, we could do something like that. Also, I'm gonna bring back that kind of like big trail. I think that's fun. I kind of want to keep this one just like, maybe even like turn it towards us a bit more and just like really have those kind of eyes just bugging out. Yeah, like a pug fish. Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely. Yeah, no, I think it's gotta happen now. All right, so let's just start with don't worry about the leash right now. Let's get rid of that. And let's just, I'm going to duplicate this because I do like that drawing. I'm going to try turning it, I'm going to turn this back on and I'm going to move it over here as a reference. Let's make it more front facing. Wider head here. I don't know if I want the teeth. The eyes could be even bigger. Thinking like almost like goldfish. Okay, let's see. So something like that. It's kind of fun. Let's see. Just you drop the pet as loot. Kind of like the little mouth with even smaller mouth. Okay, I'm also gonna do a little flip. Okay. So I'm thinking just having both of these. I like the barking one. Let's refine this one just a little bit more too. I did not expect to be spending so much time just kind of like sketching extras for the character, but worth. No, that's horrifying looking. Not that it wasn't already. I kind of like little dogs when they bark. Their whole like body just kind of like lifts off the ground as they yip. They just kind of, you know. So I'm like, is there something that I could do with this character here to give that feeling? Like barking so that it's like lifting off the ground kind of thing. But of course it's not on the ground, so maybe it's just like, yeah, like limbs kind of like out, and it kind of like putting its whole body into the yipping, something like that. Let's see. Right now it looks panicked. Extra panicked. Okay. This is more horrifying looking as time goes on. Not what I want. And also, like, I really like the idea of like a crayfish or something as a pet. So now I'm kind of like, what if this was a crayfish? Big, loud, angry crayfish. I don't know. I like this. The other one I broken and I didn't make a backup of it. Okay, but what if little shrimp? Yeah, let's just make it a shrimp. Shrimp, that's smaller. I don't know. I feel like I've lost it. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see it in context at least. I think that like there's a lot going on with the dress as well that could look really neat. So I don't want to necessarily just kind of like cover that space. So let's be careful about doing that potentially. Yeah, float off even higher now. Yeah, okay, so this character I'm going to have off to the side here. Just like on the ground. That might be more fun actually. let's see. Okay. So there's still a lot to do on the design, for sure. Like, there was the idea of trying out the opera glasses. I want to try that. I think she doesn't need multiple characters, and the like shrimp was good, but like I don't know. I should have copied the barking fish before changing it, because I kind of lost that feeling a bit. But this one's cute, and I kind of like it, like little kind of like flippers, just kind of like walking along the pond floor or something like that. You know, that's fun. So I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go with that. Originally, I didn't even anticipate having like a secondary character at all. So. Oh, and this could be, the actual leash could be made of seaweed. That might be good. Oh, eating a cocktail shrimp on a toothpick, oh no. It'd be even more horrifying if she did have the pet shrimp. Okay, okay. And I'm bark. Oh my gosh. Alright, alright. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep this little guy. That's good. And let's just kind of quickly block that in. I kind of like the idea of it being a goldfish, actually. Just a tiny goldfish. Because they can get ridiculously huge. Plus then the like the puffy eyes works pretty well. The kind of like colorations I think would be pretty good too. Plus, I mean, with her being all kind of pompous, I feel like the goldfish would be like the ornate, you know, kind of style at the time or something, you know, so. Something like that. probably actually have a goldfish for reference, to be honest. Might be the smart thing to do. Just turn off the sketch at that point. All right. So I like that little character. Just kind of like, whoa. Um, yeah, I like the idea of this being a seaweed leash. I think that works pretty good. The leash will be like a different value, but that's a fair point. Like right now, if we look at it in grayscale, set it up to preview as grayscale. So you can see that the value is like so similar. A lot of people would really struggle to see the difference between the two. So either the dress is going to go darker and the seaweed will be lighter, or vice versa. The seaweed might be more kind of pale and light. We'll do that for now. So now it's quite a bit more distinguishable. Boom. Plus the actual kind of like direction of it is kind of like too in line with the dress. I don't quite like that. Let's try to liquefy, shifting it over. It's thinking. Okay. All right, hands off. It's a big brush to be liquefying with. There you go. It's got like some nice kind of wobbliness to it, which works for the underwater. Oh, I think we have a delivery. Give me 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Just had to try and calm Wash down. He's being a good guard boy, weren't you, buddy? Here, Wash, come here. Good boy. Hello, buddy. Yes. Yeah. Right. It actually there's the Chrome School of Sharks Halloween, was it, trap that had like one of the sharks dressed up not too different from that, so it's kind of funny. Yeah, the thumbnail for this character when you catch her is this guy. I like it. That doesn't look like a pompous perch. Yeah, try the some pince-nez, some nose pinch. Will we get the derpiest shark elsewhere as well? We'll see. We'll see. I think it's a really fun idea. Yeah, it just has like a worm, like, delicious. Yeah. There was expecting one of the upcoming mice to ride a big fish like a horse. There was some really good concepts that we explored where there was like a mouse like surfing on a flounder, which I thought was pretty fun. All kinds of really good ideas. New characters of the area flushed away pets. Like Croc from the Urban Legends. That's fun. I like that idea. What is the little guy's name? That's not up to me. That's up to you all. Blub. Sir Derp. Blub. Love it. Very fun. Very fun. Okay. So let's try the pince nez, the opera glasses, the you know, um, the focals, whatever. I guess these would have to be pretty wide apart, considering the structure of her face. In fact, I'll even make those. I do like them being kind of small, little, kind of like, you know, like way too tiny. You have to squint to look through them. So maybe. But like, should it have the kind of like, almost like zoomed lens kind of situation going on, like their little binoculars? Or should they just be like dainty little kind of... I think I'll need to adjust the thumb to hold that a bit better. Yeah, like this thing just being way too kind of like ornate or something like that. What do you think? Yeah, even tinier maybe. Just like so tiny that it's just like, are these even usable? Like, not at all for function. Just like these delicate illegally small. Is that the name of the pet? Love it. This could be even smaller. Yeah, that's like ridiculously small. So that's probably what we want, right? Okay. Just need to make the shapes a bit clearer, I think. So they're kind of a little more facing towards us as opposed to tilted away. Then again, if the bridge is going to be wide enough, okay, you know, I should just make one of these the dimensions I want and then just duplicate it. This is just the sketch after all. I think that's the one. Okay. Okay. Just like a worm around it. Kind of like that idea. I feel like I'm missing some context for something. Yeah, like what if there was just kind of this little kind of like golden worm or something that kind of is decorative. Yeah. I think that's kind of fun. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that works. This little guy. Help me, sir. Help. Please. Please help. Yeah, no, she's feeling very pompous. That is great. Okay, okay. So I'm liking the little details on that. I'm gonna change the thumb, I think, to make her kind of like pinching it. So let's see. let's hide that sketch there. Just gonna hide the actual main sketch too. That's the top of the file. Oh, there we go. I can turn that on and off easily. Okay, where was I? Yeah, something like that. Just kind of like delicately pinching it. Yeah. Cool. Okay. All right. Feeling pretty good about all that now. Let's see. I'm going to turn off the main sketch and just going to adjust various portions. So anything left, because we're going to go on lunch at 1, so we have a little bit less than half an hour. But anything kind of like structurally we want to try and address, like changing the pose, just kind of like the actual sketch kind of designs of things. Something that might be good to do, and this I'm not confident is going to be superb, but I'm thinking I want to check to see what this silhouette looks like. So with the hand, that's not bad. The tiara kind of like helps you clearly see like fish lips there. The dress shape isn't bad, and actually this little guy, you can kind of like get a decent idea of what's going on there. This fin, not so much. Like the back arm and the kind of trail or whatever it's called on the dress, kind of hard to understand, but I think it kind of sort of reads okay. That's like the challenge with such a kind of like design. Like if I could have had the arm fully extended with the fan out, that might have been good. I would have to kind of like restructure the drawing quite a bit, I think, to pull that off though, so I'm not sure I want to do that. Plus, now I have like the leash under the arm, which I think works great. Its name Worm. I like the name Illegally Small. Okay, so I don't think that we need to kind of like adjust the drawing of it anymore. I think we're pretty good. Yeah, exactly. The kind of fanning position there. I think I could add kind of like some like potential bubbles and stuff to kind of. Like this little guy like basically touching his fins on the ground. It's fun. Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. What we could maybe do is just have the dress kind of, you know, along the ground be kind of like lifted up by basically the eddies and currents, kind of like, you know, riding along the floor of the pond and just kind of brushing the fabric up or something like that. So I might kind of like break up that silhouette a bit more. Let's see. So I feel like there'd be like so much kind of like disturbance along the bottom that would just kind of like be enough to kind of like ruffle the dress, you know? Plus I kind of want her turning away, you know, like she's like kind of doing that rotation. So kind of like having the fabric kind of tugging in a specific direction can kind of create that a little bit of storytelling, I hope. Yeah, I think that's pretty easily justified. That kind of like, you know, it's not gravity kind of pulling it against the floor. It's kind of like lifting in the water a bit, maybe even a little bit more, and like enough that there's like a decent current kind of. It's like a light enough fabric. Something maybe more like that. And there would be like kind of like the train. What is that called? The kind of like layers under it, because like this fabric's kind of draped over kind of like the body that gives it all that poof, right? So that would be kind of some other material down here. Seaweedy, murkier kind of quality to the material. Something like that, maybe. Petticoat, that's the one. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so like the petticoat underneath there. Really quick, I'm gonna. Yeah, something like that. We can actually like mess with all the fun rendering of that and trying to get like a specific material look, making it underwater as well. That'll be interesting. I don't know how far we're gonna push that quality, but it could be good to try and kind of get that. But I want to make sure we're matching kind of the other characters that are being created, because the way we've been kind of tackling this area is like each of the artists kind of gets one character in that kind of like subset of characters, and then we kind of like work on them together, and try and kind of like make them all fit together. So it's a very fun and interesting kind of challenge. This earring also makes me think of a worm now. Yeah. If the back was sticking it more, it would be a bustle. Okay. Yeah, because I kind of like added this kind of padded section back here. The arm, unfortunately, kind of covers it in a way, but also she's kind of like got like a broad kind of backing to the dress here, thanks to the, you know, the kind of shape of the fish, and then also kind of probably pressing down these fins to put this over top. So hopefully the silhouette of the actual design works well. Also, I had like the cursor just kind of like resting on her chin. I'm like, oh, she needs like a little beauty mark there now. Kind of like, should it be? Something like that. Or maybe it's like, I feel like maybe around the cheek is actually pretty good. Mm-hmm. Some hair sticking out, yes. Perfect. All right. So something like that. Let's see. So the tiara, the dress. The fish is like initial rendering on it, right? So what I think I'm gonna try actually is something I haven't really done much, but to kind of like use the sketch layer as kind of like some shading that is just kind of baked into it. So if I maybe set it to like multiply, but then I give it like stronger color to it. See how it kind of like is shaded, but now it has a bit more kind of richness to it. So I think I can use that as a jumping off point for the kind of rendering. So if I kind of like flatten all that and then just render on top, I think that'd be pretty good. Let's just do that. I'm pretty happy with her design. Although actually I should turn off that sketch before to kind of so I forgot that I had this sketch turned on, which changed the coloration quite a bit. Okay, so something like that might be pretty good. And actually, I'll get rid of it here as well. Might as well like tweak it right now while it's still a separate layer. So So I'm just gonna clean up anywhere where I don't really need the shading to be quite so dramatic. Yeah. And here I can just kind of, yeah, this layer. Smudge this a bit, blend it. Cool, okay, that's feeling a bit better. I am actually going to erase just a bit more of that here. Cool. Okay, now I'm going to merge it all. There we go. So now when I kind of like continue rendering on it, I'm just kind of working on one single layer, which just is faster for me. Once it's kind of established well enough, then it's just more efficient. If it's too early though, like I might kind of like need to have individual layer control, so I can kind of like do little tiny tweaks without having to over paint stuff, render over top. But I feel like it's kind of like close enough to where I needed it. And technically, like the more efficient or safer way to do it is to just like render on top of a layer on top of all that stuff. But I had so many layers, I'm just kind of like, eh. Happy to smush it down a little. Okay. So I think her eyelashes can go. You know what? I think while I'm rendering on top of this one, I will do it as a new layer and then just merge it when I'm happy. Because then I can do stuff like that, be a bit sloppy, and then erase to get like a cleaner edge. Right. You know, fish with their eyelashes is totally normal. Definitely what fish have. Would you say your work is layered like an onion or a parfait? I would say a parfait, yeah. Maybe at different stages. It starts as an onion, though. It starts as an onion, ends as a parfait. Okay. Let's see. The tiara. Let's do a layer for that, so I can kind of use a nice opaque brush, yeah, and it's got like significant smoothing on it, so see how it kind of snapped. Good. zoom in and get these kind of hooks going. Turned off the smoothing. I want to make sure that these are like very obvious. Make sure that the hooks themselves are kind of just oversized, really. To get like a nice sharp kind of edge to things, it's easier to kind of erase an edge into something. So you just kind of overpaint it and then just kind of erase, and you'll be able to get nice sharp points. As opposed to like trying to paint an edge, you get like a blunted going on there. That goes for like inside edges too. You can kind of over erase and then paint back in, and you'll get like that sharp between them. Reminder to save and flip the image. Thank you very much. I appreciate the reminders. It's always good to have that, because you can never save too much unless it's, I guess, every like couple of seconds. That would actually get kind of annoying, because it does take a moment to save. But flipping regularly as well is very good to kind of like give a fresh look at it. All right, so now it's auto saving, but I will do a manual save just to make sure of it, because I think the autosave is just for crashes, and it doesn't like overwrite the base file until I like hard save it, I think. All right, and then give a little flip. Yeah, that's not too bad, I don't think. Let's get the hook going here. Nice big one. Gnarly. All right. Yeah, the thumb does have the sketch that hasn't been updated. That's fair. That one I'm not too concerned over, because let's just kind of clean that up. That'd be smart. But we can do the same thing where we kind of use the kind of like multiply with the sketch to kind of do the quick shading. But yeah, let's clean this up a bit. I need both sides of the fingers. I was kind of thinking of like trying to get fins going on between the fingers. I don't know how well that will read, but I'll try, I think. I kind of like using this sketch in this way. It's kind of like a quick and, you know, fairly efficient way to kind of like get some color into the shadows. And eventually I like to kind of hide the sketch completely, so here I'm kind of like integrating it. And then if I need to, I absolutely have like the original kind of sketch that I can just kind of pop on top. But then with it kind of like set up a little bit at least, I'm gonna darken right under that knuckle there. I can just merge that down. And then, you know, going forward, I can just kind of render on top, similar to what I'm doing on the head there. So that's good. We are now at a point where we'll want to break for lunch. And so what I think could be fun is having the time lapse on loop so you can kind of actually see where the sketch started and kind of the whole kind of process where we came from. And yeah, so that'll be for an hour. As I said, I'm going to stream until probably like 3:30ish. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, so that's that. I'll give another save, just because it's lunch. But yeah, so when we return, we'll probably start, well, we'll probably render like the fish parts of the character and then kind of move to the dress, because I feel like that's going to get a lot of kind of rendering and stuff, and so could take a while. We'll do like render the tiara a bit more, maybe do the spectacles. Yeah, so there's still plenty to do today, but I feel like we're making good time on this one. Pretty happy with her. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I'll see you in an hour. I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. But let's just make sure the time lapse is indeed working. And looks like it is exporting it. All right, so you can see where it started. Oh, I got to make sure to make the teeth stand out better. That's something I don't quite have. Yeah, the design kind of, I wasn't, yeah, I'll hang out while we go through this for the first little bit. No, it took a while to like find the character how I really wanted her. I kind of like was like, it's close, but it's not really good. So it's kind of after I showed it to some of the team and got some good input on that. Also, when I return, I'll have a Larry link for everybody. Yeah, the whole talk to the hand kind of thing going on here. Kind of shrink this over here so you can see them both side by side. All right, going on lunch. I'll put up the timer. See you soon. Hello. We're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Lunch is done. Shelf has been made. Food has been eaten. It is time to continue. Alright, so where we left off, we kind of just started doing some shading here and there, a little rendering, a little kind of adding of fun details like the tiara and all that goodness. So what I'm thinking next step could be creating the spectacles asset, and then I think maybe jump to the dress, just kind of like, or adjust the arms to match the rest of the fish first, and then jump to the fan and the dress and the pearls and basically anything that's still mostly flat, although the dress looks fairly kind of figured out. It's only the preliminary for it. So I think I'll make the tiara and the spectacles the same material for now. Oh, I also have a Larry link that I can share before I forget. Let me pop that into the chat real quick. Alright, let me do that. Boop. A Larry link for everybody. This mouse looks like it'll be embarrassing to fail to catch it. Yeah, she probably won't be a difficult catch. Kind of more the fodder style characters that we've been working on. Although I guess the loathsome locust is probably not quite as easy, but we shall see. Balancing is yet to be kind of finalized for sure, so all these things could change. But design-wise, this character is kind of more of the fodder style. Okay. Another pitch to make the pet guppy collectible before you collapse the layers. That one will remain on its own layer, just because it's like, it's more stuff that are kind of like the same material and object that all merge, but like something like that is definitely going to be its own layer. Like, for example, the dress and the trim are probably going to remain as separate layers. The fish and the dress are going to remain as separate layers. It's just like when I have like 5 layers that is just the fish head or something like that. It's like, no, those could all just be one, you know. But yeah, like this little guy is going to be its own kind of layer. So if we have need to borrow you, my friend, that is going to be doable. All right. Yeah, it can totally depend on what the kind of like subject matter is. Like if it's a scene of like a forest, for example, I wouldn't have all the trees being separate layers, even when they might kind of be completely separate objects and such, but like, or like a character in a scene might end up being one layer in the end. But like for this kind of piece, having each of those elements be a separate layer makes it much more manageable, really. Yeah, I think that's all right. I might have to tweak this finger to kind of have it kind of pinching that a bit better. This one feels a bit thick, but I can address that. Let's see. All right. Also with the fan, I kind of want to get like some nice cutouts on it. Although, actually, I talked about this before when we were working on the Loathsome Locust. Having kind of like this piece of literature on the character is something that we're seeing if we can kind of add in. And so I see the fan as kind of being made out of little kind of pages from a book. So I think that's what I'll do for that design. But it might have kind of like still a little bit of cutout. All right. Good. Coral shaped fan. Ooh. That's fun. All right, cool. Okay, so what should we do next? I suppose we could work on the fan. Now, this sketch layer here, I'm going to duplicate you. Ugh, scroll down. Keep going. There you are. And then clip it to the fan itself. Yeah, there we go. So I didn't have that sketch visible before. Okay, and now I'm just going to modify this. Okay, and let's transform and rotate from center. That was just throwing me off. Cool. So for the fan itself, do this again, set it to multiply. Let's try. These lines don't really line up like they did at one point. I kind of feel like maybe the way to go is a different layer, and then trying out some, let's see, there's got to be a tool for like creating custom polygon shapes. Try something new here. See, where is the subtools? Subtool here. Okay, there we go. So, oh, continuous curve. What do you do? Ooh, you're neat. That's cool. Okay, I don't want that, but should hang on to that. Okay, so polyline. This seems, yep, cool. That's kind of what I was hoping for. All right, so I'll grab kind of more of a shaded page color here, and then based off of these kind of angles, right? That should be an upward one, actually. Just gonna try. You know what? I'm gonna hide the sketch so it doesn't influence me quite as much. Yeah. See, now we got that fan going, right? Now what's interesting is at some point I should probably change, you know, what side gets shaded, right? So like here it's the underside, and on the opposite side it was the underside, right? But at some point it's going to be kind of angled at the light. It's going to stop hitting this shadow quite the same. That might start right around where I am at. But I figure since these are going to be separate layers, I can just adjust kind of the lighting that's happening on this layer or behind. The only interesting thing is right here is where it flips, right? So maybe it's just that. Okay. Boom. All right. Now if I lock that and kind of lighten it up more in the middle, it's got some nice dimension to it now. Oh, a seashell is also fun too. Because I mean, that is actually a very seashell shape, right? But I do want that excuse to like have that kind of literature piece, and I feel like a fan is kind of perfect for it. So if I just kind of do some scrawling on this, and let's set you to multiply, but we'll only put you down at like 60%. And it's like, because it has the kind of folds on it, I kind of want it to like go with the folds a little bit. Right? Kind of like trying to create something that looks like writing is kind of, doesn't always work so good. Also, I feel like it would be this kind of curving situation here. You know, like kind of traveling the line. It's like if you fold it out flat, it'd be like straight across, but because it's folded in, I feel like it's going to curve a bit, but it wouldn't be like actually a full curve unless it was written to be kind of like that, because like it's like if it was folded flat, it would be kind of more like this shape, right? So the writing, like it's literally a slice out of a book or something like that, is kind of the concept I want. Pieces of Plankron's journal. I like it. Okay, so I'm gonna try doing it like this, where it's just like a block, and then I can kind of erase to kind of like make it look like writing, maybe. You know, does that make sense? So kind of make it curve gently, and then erase away at these folds to help kind of make it follow the shapes of the page. These angles are a bit extreme, actually. Pull that back a bit. Right, okay, so that is kind of the shape of the writing. Now, I just need to erase it to make it look like words somehow. What would be quite handy would be to actually use clipping mask, because then I can kind of like erase and redraw back and forth without kind of messing it up. So I kind of have my limit of the shapes, so that's good. I might push this curve just a little bit more. And then of course, you know, it's supposed to be from a book, so there's going to be like several lines of this, so I gotta repeat this technique. Of course, had to choose to do like the most complicated version of this I could do. I suppose it wouldn't be though. Like, I feel like a really ornate kind of cutout would be worse than this. Although I suppose that they're actually very similar in terms of complexity and detail. Okay, cool. I suppose the word or the line spacing should be relatively close. I can get a bit more sloppy with this, I think. Again, like, for the most part, I'm just going to be erasing out of this, so it's just kind of a guide. And if it doesn't make sense what I'm trying to do here right now, hopefully it will quite soon, if this works. I think it should work. Maybe. It's like more kind of pinched in closer to the bottom it is. It kind of flatten out around there, I guess. So hopefully this is going to look okay. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like the actual font is going to be changing size, and it's going to be super inconsistent. Like, regretting trying to do this, but I got it now. It's just how it goes. I've kind of committed to this concept, and I want to see it work. If it just ends up being stripes, so be it, I guess. Yeah, the spacing is getting wonky. I could do, yeah, like the actual kind of like outer shell kind of material could be something interesting, like mother of pearl or something water related. She's already got like a pearl necklace, right? So it could be like coral, or I don't know. What do we think? Let's go higher up, I think, here. I feel like everything's gonna be all crumpled together here so much that it'd be quite difficult to make out any written word there. Not that I actually want this to like read legibly. Like I do want it to be just kind of garble. Some babble. Cool. Okay. So we have the start of what am I doing? All right. So now if I create a clipping mask on that, I can now, it would probably be even easier to just kind of lower the opacity on this and then just kind of scrawl on a layer above. And just kind of follow this as a guide. So maybe I should just do that. See, thankfully, I'm naturally just gifted with chicken scratch, because if I actually try to do, you know, handwritten stuff, it looks like this, you know, like what does that say? Like, just kind of like my desk is often just filled with pages like that because I don't know why, but I like to physically kind of write ideas down when I have them. And then just kind of like tuck that paper somewhere where I'll never find it, and it just adds to the mess. And then I discover it like months later, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that idea that could have been useful if I had used it for anything. So that's kind of like my creative process. It's quite unique. Probably not useful, but you know, it works for me. Is the idea really? You know. Um, Also, what will be useful is kind of like having the different kind of folds kind of lit differently for the ink, I think. Yeah. Handwriting is so atrocious, sometimes can't read what you wrote a week ago. Exactly that. That is my experience for sure. Definitely. It's going to start to get like really compressed here. Yeah, it's like changing scale, so I gotta be careful about that. Jargon. Okay, so that's perhaps take a look at it with that. Yeah, okay, so it kind of, it's maybe a bit spaced out, but saved me from having to go too crazy on it. So what I think I'll do now is go in with like a lighter color and just kind of light up one side of it. Just to give it a little more dimension. And actually, since it's like underwater, I'm kind of tempted to just have it like smudged and kind of bleeding onto the page a bit more. Might be a good idea because it's not very soggy just yet. So I could do layer behind and then use my like occlusion brush and kind of just maybe something a little more. It's like not all of it needs to bleed the same amount, maybe. Just kind of that. The ink is just kind of like loosening and kind of being absorbed into the water or something like that. Yeah, I think that kind of like gives a bit of a soggy feeling to it now. Probably good. Get a little more shading on this too. I mean, technically, all the paper should probably just be like darker in general, just from being totally drenched. So let's just kind of try that out, and then maybe get a little bit of a kind of specularity on it. Like the challenge is I still want it to be like obviously paper, and so it might be more accurate to kind of like really make it soggy, but I just worry that it would kind of like lose its identity and not be obvious what it is anymore. So that's kind of like the main challenge I think with kind of making it super soggy looking. But we can kind of try some stuff with it, I think. Just kind of having a little bit of kind of that. Crinkly highlights. Certainly seen better days. And maybe it was laminated beforehand. I don't want to go too crazy on the highlights either. Less is more. It's always the rule to go by for highlights. Never want to overdo it. You can just kind of, because it like they're eye-catching, right? And if too much stuff is kind of trying to grab your attention and scream at you off the page, you don't know where to look. Okay, so I feel like that does still feel like a piece of paper. It feels like it's kind of soggy and kind of, you know, being in the brine for a while. Yeah, it could be more like white papery. I kind of like, I don't know why, but I was thinking more like handmade parchment kind of pages. I probably because of the kind of like the outfits that we're putting everybody in. But that's a fair point. It might be better if it was kind of like more white to start, and then the actual shadows could kind of lean towards the kind of brown. So let's see if I can just kind of lighten that up. Yeah, that's a little more, especially with the highlights and shadows. Yeah, there you go. I think that actually is all it needed. But yeah, like the papyrus kind of almost feeling. Seeing as it's an old bit of paper / parchment, what about using scaled design as old books were bound in leather, maybe some sort of fish leather? That is very interesting. I was actually watching, just randomly showed up on my YouTube feed, but just traditional bookbinding. And I never knew, like, when you look at kind of like old wizard tomes in media, you know, on the shelf, and you see like the back of it, and it's got kind of like those ribs and stuff. Whenever I've like made codexes and cool stuff like that in game, it's often had that kind of banding and stuff, and I never really knew kind of like what that was for and why they made it that way. And they didn't explain it in the kind of like documentary I was watching where they were like actually making these things, but I could see their purpose because of how they sew the pages together and then kind of glue the backing. And they have kind of like this gap between the pages so that when it fans out, it kind of pulls itself open and can lay flat. The leather at the back actually kind of like holds the structure as far as I could understand it, and so it also just looks cool. But yeah, actually seeing how that was done with kind of like pieces, like strips of leather, and then like the binding or the outer leather shell kind of stretched over and then kind of like pressed in with kind of animal glue and stuff like that. That is neat. It was like a workshop where they still bind books in that traditional way, and like probably one of the only places that does that. And I could only imagine the cost of kind of getting something produced by them because it looks very intensive. Like hand sewing every page, kind of cutting it all, designing each cover itself, and kind of like piecing that together out of like leather and all kinds of stuff. It's just and you gotta like let things cure and dry, and yeah, it's just a lot. It's very cool though. I was fascinated just watching it. Okay, so I think the arms need to be kind of tackled next, maybe to just balance it out. I think I'm gonna lighten up this little guy because I think the dress being a bit darker works well for her. But we can try a lighter dress with kind of darker elements in front, like the leash being kind of like a dark, murky seaweed, and the character a bit kind of darker in front of a lighter dress. There'd be more contrast overall with things going on that way. But I kind of feel like the darker, kind of richer, bolder color of the dress works well to kind of overtake things. So I'm thinking darker dress works good. But let's jump to the arm here. And I'm going to do that little thing where I'm going to bring that the sketch shadow in here. Let's start with that. Okay. Just go in and clean up some areas. So I think in the end I want the colors to be closer to this up here. Which should make sense because, you know, it's all connected. But I think first we'll merge this down, or at least make a new layer above to work on that from. Yeah, I kind of like this potential gradient of the scales going kind of from dark to light. So like the inner arm is quite a bit lighter. I think the hands, I might make them more pink, kind of like how the ear has that kind of warm tone. I think the hands could do with that. They're a little bit froggy right now, so I think I'll do that. And then I can do that over here as well. And that's all be merged, which is fine. we'll come back to that. So I am just going to merge these together at this point. Just lets me get accurate colors where I want them exactly without having to kind of dance around each of the layers. Okay. Let's give it a flip. Just kind of want to emulate scales really quick there. You can kind of like get all the fine details. Ooh, hang on. Sorry, apparently getting several deliveries today. Okay. Yeah, I think we got like some scales working here. Cool. All right. Actually, I should pull up my reference of the perch. So I'm trying to kind of emulate the perch, and what actually works well for them is the kind of dorsal. Is dorsal back? I think that's a back actually. But its lower fins kind of have a lot more red and orange in them. So I think kind of like having the hands have that red and kind of warmth makes more sense then. So that's good. Okay. Yeah. That works. As I just kind of felt like there could be something that feels a little bit more mouse to it, and I think the kind of like the hands being a little more kind of closely rendered how they might be for other characters helps, especially since you don't expect hands on a fish anyways, so maybe it works. Okay. Let's go with that. And we'll drop a bit of a shadow on it from the fan here. That hopefully is clear. If that's what that is. Cool. So let's do the same treatment for this hand back here now. So we'll get just a lot more kind of pinks and orange and more warmth there. Cool. And then, yeah, like the fins themselves. Okay. Suppose I want to make these feel like scales a bit more. Match the rest of it. Don't know if that's quite working, but yeah, it's not quite right here yet. Get that kind of fold there. Really warm that up actually. Okay. Okay. And I think if I'm going to get these kind of webbed fingers, it's probably yeah. That's what I was thinking with the darker color for the dress, because yeah, like that is absolutely the thing. Is like the richer and deeper the color, the more wealth it kind of indicated, right? Because dyeing stuff was a very difficult process, very expensive to do. So I think someone who's very pompous would have a very, very rich coloration to their dress. So that makes sense. Yeah, all right. I think that reads okay for the arms for now. I think there's still a little bit of kind of cleanup to do on it, but I think I'm going to jump to other parts before I kind of get too caught up on those fine little touch-ups. Okay, so I'm gonna get the Tiara and spectacle done real fast. At least a preliminary kind of render on it. So I'm gonna set this to add glow, or maybe just color dodge is good enough. Glow dodge? Glow dodge is the one. I love what a simple little kind of layer property can do to kind of make something feel like a shiny metallic surface. So all these golden hooks. So that is all right. I'm gonna actually do a kind of darker pass on this. They're pretty thin, so kind of getting too much detail is probably not too useful, but I do want it to have a bit of roundness to it. There you go. And because it's kind of a light on dark, I really want that hook shape to read really strong here, because that helps inform the rest of this design for someone looking at it not quite as zoomed in. You who are watching this are the only people who are going to see it this level of detail. And then this being kind of on a lighter backdrop, I'll have the kind of the hooks read a little stronger because they are kind of darker on a light backdrop. So that should work. And then for you, same thing. I'm just going to create a clipping mask. There you are, looking right over it. Glow dodge. Now in Photoshop, it's just kind of color dodge that I use for this technique. And although Clip Studio has color dodge, it doesn't quite give the same effect. It is the same effect as glow dodge, though, so you get the same result, it's just called something different. Yeah, it's super handy for like gold. And again, I'll do a kind of darker variant, just where there's kind of a little more occluded light, and to add more richness to this, more depth. Cool. Okay. That's probably good for now. The bracelet, I imagine, might also just be same deal. Earrings as well. These I hadn't actually like really kind of locked in properly. Kind of think maybe there's like 2 of them, and one of them's like actually bumped up against the skin here, and the other one just kind of got dinged and is floating. But they're very clearly oversized and loosely kind of drifting around, where it's like just dinged against the arm. I'll lower this down actually. Yeah, I want it to be lower. I like that. So I just want to see a hint of the overlap there. And technically I should be using my opaque brush to block this in, just so I don't have any weird translucencies. A little late for that though. Looks good. I don't know what this shape is. I almost want it to be like a water snake biting her ear, you know? That'd be kind of neat. Or an eel. Flotsam and jetsam. There you go. Oh, a brooch. A brooch. Could be good too, yeah. I don't know if she needs to be like ultra wealthy or anything. But yeah, that could be an option for sure. I feel like this is a cool way to make an eel. Is to have like the actual links be the kind of the fin, yeah. There we go. Wait, okay, so quick little layer behind. And then do a layer above. And we'll have the glow dodge. It's a lot of construction outside. Okay, and then layer between those for it to be a bit darker. There. Eel earring. Ooh. Getting the crunchy wrists from kind of just working and stiffening up. Happens if I'm too focused when I draw for an extended period of time. Gotta be careful about that. Okay, actually I'm on the correct layer to just do that treatment here, so I'm just gonna deal with that real quick. Okay, and then same. All that gold. All right. Kind of feel like the pearl necklace should be dealt with as well. So, let's see. Cool. All right. Easy enough. Start with a new clipping mask layer. And we'll start with kind of like the kind of surrounding color of the dress below and the fish above. It's gonna kind of like reflect materials around it. And then we're gonna have kind of like this more kind of muted, cooler center. But first I'm gonna actually blend this real quick. I want it to be quite smooth. Okay. Now, come in with like maybe a gentle brush. I'll actually make an extra layer for this just in case I don't like it. Especially where it's kind of overlapping, you need to kind of erase away the edges. Okay. find those. Okay. And then we have our highlight, which we'll give it a bit of blue. That should be on another layer as well, for now. It's going to be just a little fuzzy. Right? I didn't get the kind of shadow built up back here. Actually be quite a bit darker because of all the surroundings it's got. And then between them, I feel like it's going to get kind of dark and light at the same time. Just them kind of like reflecting themselves. So I feel like it's going to get richer in color, if anything. Maybe not quite that, though. It's a bit much. And then I think I need the darks to kind of punch up a bit, too. It's like not doing anything with the colors I had. Weird. Okay, I think I just need to get a little more kind of cooler, light yellow. Just kind of a little bit more warm glow throughout it a bit. Got to relax your finger. Very good, very good. I approve. Just blend that a bit. Okay, let's do some work on the dress. That is probably the deepest shadow. And we could go for like a richer color, right? Something like, ooh, that's a lot. I do feel like something a little earthier is good. Maybe? Or maybe do I go more... Whoop, that's not the color. Kind of feel like this was in a better place, but let's just try. Does this? No, not that one. Okay. Is this gonna update live? Yes. So we could kind of like explore. Like the blue is kind of nice. Purple is very royal. I don't know, I kind of still like the warmer color. But like maybe it like being quite dark is nice. The green blue isn't bad actually. This is kind of nice. This would look good with kind of like a really good sheen and shimmer on it. Like that's kind of nice. And our little friend pops out quite well on that. That's not terrible. I feel like so that's more like a perch color, right? This blue might be too much, you know? So I kind of like the greens. I like the kind of mauves. I don't know. The like earth color is kind of neat too, though. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. Not too green, not too blue, you know? That kind of sea foam. Let me pump up the saturation. Drop it. I do like how much this little guy pops. It's kind of neat, like bright and colorful like that. But I do think it will read better darker, like the arm and the fan and stuff would need to be pretty heavily adjusted. I think, where is it? Much darker is good. Lighter with high saturation. Yeah. I think I like just rich, deep color. Maybe a little more blue too. Okay, that or back to the kind of maroon. Yeah, I'm thinking the green. Greenish blue. And then like for the highlight, we can have kind of like a nice ice blue kind of shimmer on it. And that'll make it look real fancy. So keep the saturation pretty high. So we don't want it to feel quite rich in color. But we want it to be dark so everything's kind of popping on top of it. So that's pretty good. Cool, let's go with that. All right, now layer on top of this, we'll go kind of more of an icy blue. Let's just see what we can get. Should this be above the skin? Yeah, above the shadow layer. Get some blending for parts where it's kind of stretched out, but a few parts where it might have kind of like a more pinched highlight. Okay, so question is, what do I want to kind of like push and pull here? It's kind of got a velvety look to it right now, which is pretty good. I think the chest can kind of puff forward more, right? So have this kind of angled up, so it's going to catch a lot of that light. The pearls can cast some shadow onto that. And then the kind of top of the dress will have like boning in it. I kind of just imagine it's all kind of made from the same cloth, right? Cut from the same cloth, as they say. Even the kind of like the belt here, the waistband, I guess. We don't need to go too crazy and elegant and fancy. So the one thing is we don't necessarily get like a good read on these shoulder pads, which you might not have even realized were there. Puffy shoulder pads. And that might be because of how kind of crazy this collar is on top. So I might throw out that clipping mask, but then add in a new one here just to pull this off the shoulder a bit. The shoulder is kind of like coming out front. Take up a bit of that space. And we're coming up on 3:30, so I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. Okay, so that shoulder pad's reading much better now. The shoulder puff. Now, so stepping back and just kind of picturing the light situation. and kind of get more areas where it's just kind of blocked into it a bit better. But also we can kind of like, we don't need to go with exactly what the sketch is feeding us in terms of kind of the shapes. So quite a bit brighter along that part right there. And I'm just in grayscale to kind of like read the value structure more than kind of get all caught up in the colors and stuff. I want the actual like grayscale to read. That at least reads. I can tweak the colors, but I feel like it's easy to get lost in all the coloring stuff, so this just helps avoid that distraction. Okay. So we get, it's kind of kicked up here, right? Something like that. I'm just trying to get like a little bit of a ripple going through it even. Yeah, I think that that's a nice little way to kind of make it look underwater if there's almost kind of like these ripples of fabric kind of flowing. Nice. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Okay, let's take a look in color. Yeah, not bad actually. Okay. I'm more happy with that than I expected. And that just means that I can probably add little kind of highlight points here and there. Make that kind of like light dance around on the surface. Okay, I don't want to go too crazy with all the rippling. I think it works better near the bottom, where it's a lot more kind of turbulent around it. So I'm going to try and just kind of keep it focused there. A lot more kind of aggressive even. It's just like a lot of it happening. Yeah. And then the higher up, it kind of is like more influenced by her kind of dragging it around by rotating, whereas on the ground it's more about kind of like the water kind of pushing and pulling it. Cool. The royal purple was called Tyrian purple, and it was described as the color of dark, dried blood with a unique sheen on it. Oy. Well, I suppose that's how they would describe it. That's a cast shadow. I want that to be a herder edge. Alright, so what else? Okay, let's try a slightly mintier color, I guess. We'll do a new layer for this just in case we don't like it. But this could actually have a bit of kind of caustic kind of treatment, actually. That would help it kind of feel underwater. Do something like this to start, right? Create the kind of highlights of kind of like light being kind of concentrated as it overlaps from waves. And then kind of take into account all the structure here. Just lower this down real quick so I can get a better idea. Kind of erase here and here and up in here. Let's bring that back up. Not quite as narrow as I want. So I'm just going to thin out a bunch of it. But it kind of has that like skipping around light quality to it that I think gives it that underwater feel. Go ahead there. pull it back a little bit over here. I like it being more in the front. All right, so not bad. I might even pull this back a little bit here. I like the dimension it gives, but I want it to be even more subtle. Yeah. Yep, that feels like it's underwater-ish. Good enough anyways. I'm pretty pleased with that. I think the pearls can get just a smidge darker, what with that being right beside it. I feel like it's going to be like, hey, I'm reflecting all that. Cool, cool, cool. Save, and we'll do a flip. So then, I think we need to do the petticoat, maybe the rear tail, maybe kind of touch up our little friend. Almost want this level of dark in just a couple of spots. Just a little kind of like patches of sort of extreme darks, where it's like really overlapping. That's interesting. Some deep dark shadows. Yeah, just a hint of it. Pull that back a bit. Yeah, oh, that's I'm very glad you said that because that's what I was hoping to kind of like get a feel of. Yeah, that's sea floor quality. Great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm actually gonna, just looking at it now, I'm like, what if I gave just a little bit of like, almost like the sandy sea bottom, kind of like just on the under reflection, because it's got like quite a sheen to it. It's wet, so it's gonna potentially have some extra reflectivity potential. Just kind of curious if this adds any dimension to it. And I'm gonna work in a way that I don't work enough, which is to kind of push it further than it should be, where it like is too strong, and then pull it back from there, just ever so gently, until it kind of feels like it's like, yes, that does actually look all right. It's easier. Like it's hard to kind of like know what's far enough unless you go too far and then pull back to where it's good, and then you'll know. And that's one of the main reasons why you want to work with layers as well, is being able to kind of like adjust and erase without kind of destroying the stuff below. Yeah. I think I'm going to keep that. Just adds a little more dimension to it, but it doesn't really take away from the quality of the material. It's just even shinier now, really. Okay, what else? What else? So I think this is just flat right now. And one of the things that we'll do is be able to just kind of like wrap up here on stream, but I'll kind of, you know, finish it up on Monday probably. Like the thing about doing a live stream is it can kind of like be a bit taxing. So by the end of the day, I'm kind of like not able to see all the little nuanced details. So kind of like coming back to it after a weekend is like quite useful to kind of spot things that I wanted to tweak, and can then address those. Okay, so let's get a muckier seaweed color here. So I'm probably going to wrap up very, very soon. I'm just trying to hit any of these last little elements while I can. And then I'll post the Larry link and watch the little time lapse again, basically from start to finish this time. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with what we managed today. We didn't really do anything with the collar, which maybe we can do ultra fast. If I just kind of do this, let's go to our triangle brush. I think just getting a little bit of this kind of, let's go with bigger shape actually, this one here. just to give it some volume. It's maybe a bit flat before. Although I kind of want it to feel like seaweed, so maybe it would make sense if this was a little more green. So let's do that too. It's more saturated, but like darker. That's maybe good. Or maybe it's maybe more yellow, really. I don't want it to be too close to her tone, right, or her value. So right now it's a bit close to that. Yeah, maybe quite a bit more green-blue is actually good. I'm just kind of like, what would look seaweedy? I actually think more browns and green. I guess if it's quite saturated, it kind of like maybe that. Maybe that. Just kind of fill that in a bit more, and then instead we'll go with kind of like filling in the shadows. Right? That might be the way to capture that. We'll roll it down into the blues so that where it's against the dress, it kind of merges a bit better. Bigger triangles. Those are a bit big. Maybe a bit too big. Yeah, that looks like it's kind of like seaweed kind of growing off the dress, actually, which is kind of good. I think that's maybe the effect we want. Cool. Okay. Wow. It's not bad, actually. Let's go orange real quick. Cool. Okay. I would say that I've kind of reached my time limit for the most part. So I'm going to wrap up now. I just saw like one more thing. I'm like, what if I just kind of do a bit of shadow where that fan is. Yeah. All right. Cool. That'll have to do. So saving, and then let's just watch this back. I'll post the layer link in the chat, and we'll call it. But I hope you all enjoyed. I think it's pretty good. Like, there's definitely stuff I'm gonna touch up on it. I think she turned out pretty good. But yeah, like there's rendering on the face that I haven't even gotten to. So yeah, I think there's still more to do on it. Yeah. There's the Larry link again, in case anyone missed it, it's in the chat. Let's see, just kind of look back at the chat, I missed a lot. Oh yeah, the outer rib for the fan. That's right. Yeah, I wanted to give that an interesting material. The handwriting is atrocious. Absolutely. But yeah. Okay. Is there any way to see some of the art in high resolution? I think right now we don't have it kind of like hosted in-game where you can kind of like directly access it. I think we definitely upload kind of like higher res versions for kind of like being able to download and use for kind of like various posts or whatever. But yeah, basically the best way is to watch these live streamed. But yeah, the problem is not all of them have high-res versions in the system. What we'll probably look at for V4 though is having a view where you can basically go into the high-res versions and like look at the detail on these characters, because obviously we put in more detail than you can kind of like get out of just watching, or sorry, out of just playing the game and like seeing the pop-ups, and like, you know, we put in the effort, so it'd be nice to kind of like enjoy all that detail. But I don't know why, but like something about kind of like when you're a part of the stream, you get to kind of see all the like extra stuff is kind of neat. But yeah, obviously it's kind of wasted effort if only, you know, like only the people who watch the stream get to kind of like experience the full characters. Of course, we also render them at a higher resolution than they're intended to be seen at, just because that does kind of like make them look cleaner. You know, if you got to zoom in all the way and see all the brush strokes, it kind of breaks the illusion. So, you know, although I render it at a certain resolution, I'm not expecting anybody to see it at that size. But currently, I believe the mice are viewed at like 1050 by 740 or 700 or something like that, which is for a browser pretty big. So I think that, you know, it's not terrible, but I think V4 we're going to look at ways to kind of like have a better viewing ability of the characters and items and stuff like that, where you can kind of like enjoy all the details that otherwise are just kind of like tucked away. As well, you know, like this concept that a lot of people have brought several times of kind of like the legacy images of kind of like older versions, etc. But yeah, nearly through the replay here. Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed. It was an interesting creation. I wasn't confident going in, but the further it got, the more happy I was with it. There's definitely kind of like elements to tune up still, like just dimension on kind of like the depth of shadows and the hands and face and stuff like that. But it came together in the end. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, the derpier shark will be missed. I'll consider what we can do with that, because I think it was fun. It was a good pet. But at least I can technically extract that from this time-lapse video if I need to steal it away. Yeah, longer tail V4. Yeah, here you go. That's it. Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. And obviously there's a lot of characters that we're gonna be creating for this area, so we're gonna be streaming several new characters each time I do art, I would imagine. You know, we kind of work through it in a specific way. You know, once we're kind of through the characters, we'll probably look at doing like traps and cool stuff. So I'll definitely have at least one of those to stream, I would imagine. You know, the whole reward structure, etc. But But for now, we have lots of characters to create, so we're going to be doing this for a little while. There he is, little friend. Yeah, yeah, they're in a gallery or museum, exactly. That's fun. I'm happy with where it ended up. I wasn't sure if I was gonna like the final results, but yeah, like even just the last moments of kind of making that feel a little more like seaweed came together pretty well, I think. So it's funny because like some things just like it takes 10 like 3 minutes and it kind of looks how I wanted it to, where other things I'm pushing it back and forth for like an hour before I'm kind of like pleased with it. So but yeah, I think the like the material of the dress did actually work out pretty well. It's got that kind of seafloor um, look to it, which is really cool. Actually, I think that turned out better than I anticipated, so I'm happy with that. But yeah, almost done. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. Um, I hope you all stay safe, have a good, fun weekend, and you know, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, all that good stuff. And still like a minute or two to go on the video, I guess. I was like, it's gonna be like 3 minutes long. No, it's more like 8 or 10. Oh, yeah, trying to figure out the scroll on the fan was an interesting challenge. Interesting, but yeah, I want to like add the material to the edges of the fan. Um, Bubbles. I think there's going to be like a hazy kind of backdrop as well to kind of like help with showing these bubbles and stuff, because I want them to be subtle, and maybe there's like kind of almost like soot kicked up around her, because I'm into kind of like putting them inside of a little more of an environment. It's still in this kind of void almost, but um, I'm not shy of kind of like giving just a little more kind of hazy background to characters. I think it just adds some nice depth. Um, yeah, crushed velvet. That's good. That's actually a very appropriate sounding material for what we ended up with. Um, what area? This is going to be for new upcoming Fabled Forest. Is kind of like the what we're calling it right now. I think the only kind of issue potential with that name is the fabled rank. It might kind of imply that it's for that rank, which it is not exclusive to them. We're not at that point yet in the game structure, so I'm not sure if that name will change or not. But yeah. Hi, Charlie. All right, almost wrapped up. Well, Lauren just posted her character, and it's very good. Do the same after this. Yeah. All right. Well. Ooh, Charlie. Okay. I think we're basically at the end. Just need to kind of. Oh yeah, we're doing the reflection and then the seaweed collar. There it goes. And we are done. Cool. Well, again, happy hunting, everybody. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And I'll catch you next time.